Whoops. I forgot to switch. Well, hello. a second. Why is this still showing up? Right. I thought I'm going to continue my little header files, so my helper methods. And before I continue any more with the GBHeaderExtractor, let's see. So I made a few functions here, right, like get current process directory that does like heap allocation and stuff. I do not really like the way it's done at the moment, but it is what it is. Verify input path, get default output, stuff like that. And I know further down in the program, so I should probably explain again. This is a Visual Studio, an old C program that I wrote, which was mostly based like as a Visual Studio project file and stuff like that. And I'm currently translating it over into a simple batch file. Because I do not want to use Visual Studio anymore, right? So I'll just have this project right here with a build bat, debug bat, and a run bat, which are just simple scripts. Then I have a bunch of C files, and that basically calls the Microsoft C compiler. And then as an added bonus, so to speak, I'm also trying to compile this without the C runtime. So there will not be, libraries available. I'm still using memcopy and strlen right here, but that is possible because because those are essentially intrinsics within the Microsoft compiler, so I can just use them. They do not actually call into the C runtime libraries, which is cool. So yeah, and I know for a fact that later on in this program, where I'm iterating through the folders, I have to build a lot of paths, right? I do have to do a lot of concatenating of paths. Yeah, there we go, combine path, right? So I have a buffer essentially where I put this in. I have like the input path that I'm currently in this function, and then I have the subfolder if I do it recursively and things like that. So I kind of have to combine those, although actually I do not need to combine those together, to be honest. I just realized I can probably just call get full path. Well, that makes things a lot simpler now that I realize that. Although, maybe not, because this is still just the file name. Hang on. Okay, before I dive too deep into this, let's check out the Win32 find data structure and what it actually, what kind of fields it actually has. Right, it has all of this stuff. So it has file name, an alternate file name. So what is file name? That is some large ass font right here. File name, the name of the file. Well, fantastic. Thank you for that. But does it include the folder or not? If a file has a long file name, the complete name appears in C file name. Okay, maybe I just have to loop through that and then figure it out, to be honest. So I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. Nonetheless, having a path combine is actually a good idea, I figured. So I'm just going to be working on this because I already started some work on it. So I have this combine function right here. It takes a destination which has a specific size. This size needs to include the 0 termination character, right? Because that string will be null terminated, so I can still use it as a C string. And you combine the first with the second item, right? And this is also length based, so this won't use the 0 termination string. I might change that. I might actually provide an overload that uses C strings instead, so you don't have to provide this. But at the moment, I do like to have my strings always size constrained. So I kind of prefer it this way. But then I did a bunch of null checking here, and I actually realized I do not really like doing that. Having a bunch of null checks everywhere in the program just seems to be way too defensive, especially if I call combine many times in a row with multiple values, right? It just doesn't feel right to do that. Very defensive checks for nothing if I could just do a check once and then be done with it. So I think I'm going to remove that. So let me think about this a little bit before I just continue to mash code. I also have some code here from the C# combine function, just to kind of see what they're doing. The formatting is like really screwed up at the moment because like I didn't care too much about that. I just wanted the code in there to see what they're doing. And I think most of this stuff I don't need. Right, I don't understand why they check for rooted stuff. That's something that you know, the caller should be aware about. I don't think I will be worrying about that at all. Yeah. It's just a matter of how, like, what kind of checks do I actually want to do here? Given that this function is mostly used by me, right? Who else was going to use that apart from me? So I don't think I need to be worrying about that too much. So I'm probably not gonna validate that string. I probably have a separate method for validation, to be honest. Okay, yeah, these are all redundant. Like, I don't care about null checks and stuff. Okay, so if the first length is bigger or equal to the destination size, the string would not fit because the passed in length is without the null termination character, while the size does account for the null termination character. So if we are bigger or equal to the destination size, the copy simply won't work. Same for this one, so I'm just going to return null there. Now the combined length is just going to be first length plus second length plus 1 for the null termination character. So that is the combined length, and then I'm just going to check if combined length is smaller or equal to the very first length. If that is the case, then this addition of unsigned integers right here has probably overflown, right? So an overflow occurred, in which case there is something weird going on, and I'm just going to return null. So this function returns just the actual size of the destination buffer. So, sorry, not the size, the length, right? The size could be whatever, but then whatever string you get to copy into it will be returned as the length right here. Okay, so then why did I do that? Don't think that made any sense. So now I have the combined length. And I guess what I should also check if or combined length is smaller than destination size. It can be equal to destination size. That is all right, because again, it includes the null character. So and then I just basically need to copy things into it, right? There's also, I mean, I could have done a null check as well, but yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. Oh, no, hang on. This is not the final combined length, is it? Because now I do not know if I need to add... come on, directory separators. Right? So I named this path component separators. So there's path component separators and the alternative path component separator. The alternative path component separator is probably something I won't use. I will always use this one, but I need to also check for that one because technically it is valid to use. But once you pass this into a Windows function, it will change all of these into the normal path component separator. Do I want to specify which character to use? That is the question. No, I will always use backslashes. Yeah, I will always use the backslashes. Okay, so I need to account for backslashes if the first the first length is bigger than null, and the first string I pass in with first length minus 1 equals equals this one. Or first length minus 1 equals the alternative component separator. Maybe I can write this a bit nicer. Hang on. I don't like ifs like this. So let's just call it last character, right? And if last character is equal to this one, or last character equals this one. Actually, let's turn this around. If it is not that and not that, okay, so there's a few possibilities here, right? So we have a path without anything. So sorry, let's go. We have a first path without anything at the end, and we have a second path without anything at the beginning. The other option is we have first path with a backslash, and a second path without anything, or we have a first path without anything, but a second path with a backslash. And then we have the option where we have both, right? So we have to account for all of these. And in this instance, we need to add a component separator. We do not need to add it here, also not here. And here, we need to remove one of those. Let's say I'm gonna do assigned character of count. Actually, let's call it separator. And if the separator can have 3 values, right? So it either is +1 to add, 0 to do nothing, or it is -1 to subtract one of them. Okay, so we have first length, we try to get the last character. If the last character is not this and not that, then we set the separator for now to add, which means to 1. Otherwise, separator is 0, right? And then we have a look at the second argument. Actually, maybe I can already put this in like a helper. I'm wondering. something like ends with separator. Yeah, I have this like ends in directory separator. I call it component separator though, so ends with component separator. And what we're passing in is a const char of something, right? Let's call this path. Unsigned long path length. And since this is assigned in. That is my boolean. So if path length is this, otherwise nope. And then I can probably copy this. So we get the last character of the path right here, and then for this one we check if it is a path component separator or if it is not a thingy. If it is none of these, let's do it this way. Actually, so if it is this or it is this, I'm going to return true. And if path length is 0, then it's going to return false. Should this be inline? Probably. Yeah. Okay. So I have the combined length with the zero termination character. I watch out for overflow right here, and if it is, then well, we give up, although an unsigned long overflow is quite something to achieve. That must be some really bogus values if someone passes that in. And then, or if the combined length is smaller than what the destination size allows for, then I'm gonna stop as well. Now we have these separators. So ends with component separator, and we can check the first string with first length. Okay, my dog is losing her shit downstairs. So I have to quickly check on her. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry. Well, that took me a bit longer. I'm sorry. But I have it with me now, so hopefully you're gonna be quiet. Let me put you on my lap. You can help me code. How about that? Do some serious pair programming. All right. Yeah. Okay. You won't be able to see her, but she's right here, sleeping on my lap. Well, we shall see about the sleeping part, but you know. So now I have some small functions right here where I can ask. I'm not sure if I should have this inline, honestly. I'll let the compiler decide. So I can now ask whether the first string ends with a component separator. Let me see how, what's the dumbest way to do this? And then we have that for the second string as well. Second. Come on. So first and second. Now, if they're both 1, so if they're both true, I need to subtract. So the default position would actually be 1. We just assume I always have to add 1. And did I just disconnect my keyboard? Fantastic. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So, so the default option is this one. I'm always trying to add separators. If the first one ends with a separator, I can probably decrement. Right, because then we're in this mode. If it doesn't, we're still on 1. And then I'm checking the second one. And decrement as well. And if they both turn out to be true, then this would be -1. And then I know what to do. Yeah, I think that feels okay. So then I have to do the memcopy into the destination. The first thing I'm copying is the first string with first size. I have this macro here for memcopy. At the moment, it's just defaulting to the built-in memcopy. Now, I did this because I want to be able to override the implementation at some point, maybe. Maybe I have my own kind of specialized memcopy for this that I want to use instead. I don't know. I just like to have the option to just be like, hey, maybe don't use memcopy, use something else, right? So you can just specify this macro and call your own thing. I don't know, maybe you want to call Windows memory copy or something. What is it called? I think there is something like that, right? Win32 memory copy. Oh, copy memory. There you go. So maybe you want to use that instead. So you can then just say, okay, I don't want to use this intrinsic mem copy. Let's just use the Microsoft option, and the Microsoft option does whatever. To be honest, it probably calls the same implementation as memcopy as well. So, but you know, I just want to have the option to like play around with this kind of stuff. Okay, so first string and well, its first length, right, gets copied into the destination, and then if separator is 1, I probably want to add a separator, right? So I'm going to go destination first length equals, and then Dani path component separator. Oh, but now I also need to account for the new combined length, right? I forgot that. So now what I have to do is say combined length equals let's do it this way. If combined length plus 1 is smaller than combined length, or combined length plus 1 is smaller than destination size. Let's put this on the next line. No, you know what? Let's do it this way. And okay. So first we're figuring out the first length plus second length plus the null termination character, if we even have space for those, right? Then we're trying to determine what kind of separation we need to do, right? Do we need to add a separator? Do we don't need to do anything, so separator will be 0, or do we need to subtract a separator? Now, if we need to subtract a separator, we already know that we have enough space in the destination size anyway, so we don't need to check anything. Also, with 0, I don't need to check anything because, you know, I already determined there's enough space for what I'm about to do. But if I need to add a separator, I need to add this to the combined length, so +1, because we now have one more character that needs to be added. I'm watching out for overflow right here. Again, it's probably overkill to do it, but if we overflow and we definitely have no space, those strings are too big to be handled. Or if the combined length is now, actually, no, sorry, not combined length, new length. If new length is smaller than the destination size, then we do not have any space, so I return 0 as well. Return 0 is like an error code for these things, so because the new length is 0, that can't be right? So I'm going to return that. And then I'm just going to say the combined length is now the new length that we set right here, and then I go on to the copying stuff. So copying happens here. Right, we either copy the entire first string, which either contains or does not contain a separated char. If separator is 1, so in this instance where I actually need to add something, after I copy the first one, I need to add the separation character right here. Otherwise, if separator is -1, I need to remove a separator, which basically means on the second copy, I do not copy the first character of the second string, right? I wonder if I should make this a switch instead. Right, because now have different things to watch out for. Case 0, right, and case, oh god, I hate this spacing so much. So -1 is kind of a special case, which means the memcopy will be destination plus first length. We have the second string +1 and second size -1. Right? The 0 case is basically destination plus first length and then just second and second size. So no weirdness there. We're just copying the second string in there. And then here we need to add one, right? So we're doing this. First length is this one. And then we're having destination plus first length +1. And then second and second size. can I simplify this a bit? I can actually simplify this if I just override the separation character from the first path, right? Then this would become this plus separator, right? So if it is null, it's just this. If it is 1, it is actually this. And instead of doing that, I'm just going to do like so. And then second just stays the same throughout. Well, isn't that nice? I like that. Eliminating branches. Second and second length, right? So the only thing missing is like the separator and the null character char, but that is okay. We need to do a few things anyway. So if separator is 0, and no matter what, we need to do first length plus separator plus second length. Oops. Because that will be the null termination character. I need to be a bit careful here. Because first length, what if it is 0? Right? So if it is 0, it will return 0. but then also that means we have nothing to copy. What does memcopy actually do when the size is 0? Okay, let's say I make a case where it's 0. I'm just gonna disallow that. So it could be 1. If that would be 1, that would be 0. 0 and -1 would then overflow. So it would be some ridiculous large number. So yeah, I need to disallow those two being 0. So if first length is 0 or second length is 0. Do you want to go on? Okay, hang on. I have to put my dog to the bed. Right. I can sit finally a bit closer to the keyboard. Wait, you're jumping up? Okay. Do you want to go out of the room? All right, go. Right. So where was I? Why do I carry combined length around? The only reason why I'm doing that is like to have it calculate this. But I can't really return it because it's the wrong length anyways. It really is just... Right, it's just for a check anyways. I don't really care about this value at all. So then we have destination first length plus separator, which is first length plus separator here. And if the separator is 0, we add the separator. Otherwise, first length plus separator plus second length, and then we do this. And then essentially what I need to return is just gonna be this. Hey, you wanna go back to the bed? No? Okay, I think I need to let my dog out of the room. Well, give me a second. And back. One second. What? Why are you opening now? Okay, just quickly had to deal with something. Right. What did I screw up here? Okay, separate it. There we go. So let me test this. Let's uncomment these. This is fine. I need to copy. Right, I forgot the path decorate. right? And then I can carry this up here. This is all nonsense. Right, let's uncomment that for now. So, right. Ends with component separator, and I need this one right here. Wait, don't I have... Why? I thought I had auto brake on. Nope. Do I have... Whoops. Okay, I do have translate tabs to spaces, but that's not what I wanted anyways. Word wrap. Did I overwrite this somehow? No. Where it will be disabled for source code. Oh, I see. Okay. Why though? Does it matter? Why would I disable it for source code? True. There we go. Why would I ever want to disable it? Okay, that's quite a long definition. Okay, so is valid component character, which is not really used except like I have it. Then ends with component separator. All right, I can definitely test that. And then I have the combine one. So what I'm going to do now is just, let me sanity check this real quick. Okay, this seems to be okay. Just going to test this. I've done a few benchmarks before, so this is why there's like a lot of code in here. Yeah, I do not need all of this. So basically what I want to call, I wanted this the other way around. How do I do that? There we go. Ends with component separator. What do we do? Right. Let's just say 4. Fine. Oh, I also missed something crucial right here. Oh dear. So fine, I have ends with component separator, but I also want to the other one, right? So starts or begins. Begins. So we have the first character, which will just be null, right? And if it is this or this, then right. And this is the one I actually want to use down here. And I realized I also need the Dani path decorator here. Which is a bit shite, but it is what it is. Okay. So we have this one. Right, and this. No, this one. And then we have sort of the same thing. But I want them here. And here. And this is begins. Okay. And then combine. No. Also, this should be Dani path, I think. And so should these. Dani path. And then we have Dani path combine. Let's just make a buffer of max path. Why not? Right. And we have the buffer and max path. And what we're combining is, let's say, foo and bar, right? And this is 3 characters and 3 characters. And then we need a result here. Let's just say A. Right. Okay, and here we want to add foo with double backslashes. Sure. Actually, let's do it this way, and then we have double backslashes here, and that will be 4 characters and 4 characters. And then with bar, well, we can either start with double backslashes, right, or we have none of them, or again, start with them. Right? I think that covers all situations. Oh, I did not start my terminal. Fantastic. Projects, where are we? Dani Lib. Oh dear. Yeah. Right. Quite a lot of stuff to fix. Okay, 4.3. What did I do? What? Ah. Okay. 132. 132. Same here. Okay, cool. Conversion errors. Possible loss of data on 114. Let's check 114. Why is that possible loss of data? Is it because this? What if I do this? int64 to int. In line 14 and 15. So all I can think of is like this. Okay, let's change that to if this of this, return 1. Otherwise, we just go to return 0. No, specifically to do with this thing then. Hang on, that's in main. I'm looking in the... Ah, my lord. Right, is it because of these? Do I have to be specific and say like, yo? Ah, no, it's the return. Right. Okay, I kind of reuse these. So unsigned long len 1, right? And then len 2, len 3. Right, I forgot that it returns the length and not a signed integer that I misuse as a boolean. Right, so okay. Yeah, okay, initialized but not referenced. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But we're just going to do this in debug anyways. Actually, let's just make this all different values. Oh my god. Okay. Right. No, they're all not referenced, but that is fine, because I'm just going to run that in debug mode anyways, and then jump into it. Right, and then here on exit process, boom. Okay, and then we can have a look at the locals. Right. So, ends with component separator. We have a string of tests, and it does not end in a component separator, which means this will be a value of 0. So this is correct. The next following two do end in a component separator, one with an alternative one. So these are gonna be 1. Exactly, cool. And we have the same with D and E and F, which have begins. So that is fantastic. That seems to be working as well. But then 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all 0, which is, yeah. Well, that is wrong, isn't it? So, time to debug those. I do have the implementation. Okay, cool. So let me break here. Bam, 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 bam. Cool. Let's see what this is about. First length is 3, second length is this, so this is 3, second length is 3, and they're not bigger. Right, cool. So we have combined length, first length plus second length plus 1, which will give us 7. 7 is not smaller or equal to first length, and it is not smaller than the destination. Oh, yeah. When you make the sign wrong, then it doesn't work, doesn't it? Whoops. So, and this should also be bigger. Let's just ignore that ever happened. Yeah, shall we? Thank you. You know, let's just not talk about it. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So that will work now. I'm pretty sure. There we go. 7777. And is that actually correct? Let's do one after the other, and maybe, you know what, just for the fun of it, let's say bar foo, and then we again have foo bar, and then we have bar foo, right? Just so I can get some variation in between to know where I am while I'm debugging this. So let's go here. So at the moment the buffer is 0. There's nothing in here, nothing of interest. We're jumping over this one. I jumped in, not over. That's not great. Why do I have so many files open? Okay. How about now? Right. So now we should have foo \bar, and let's check. So we have foo. Yep. There's a null termination character. That is not correct. And then we have bar. Okay, why is there a null termination character in the middle of the thing? Because I fucked up. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Good thing I tested this before, right? Okay, now we have foo \bar. Okay. Then we should have bar \foo. Fantastic. Then we go one ahead and we should have foo \bar. Foo \bar. Fantastic. And then we should have bar \foo. And indeed, bar \foo. Okay, now I'm worried about the null termination though. How do I... Okay, you know what? How about we set everything to 1? Yeah. Right. Oh, did I just set the first item? Ah! Okay. Buffer max path 1. I never remember the order of these things. Hang on. Mem said input value size. Okay. Right, like this. Builds. Right, now these are all wrong. Okay. Okay, so now everything is 1, and that will help me to see if my null termination is actually placed in the right way, and it actually is. Okay, cool. So I didn't screw up anything there. Okay, cool. That is my path combine. Excellent. That means I can essentially get rid of these things right here, right? I had path combine here. I also have append path. So that means it's reusing the last buffer, basically appending to the first one. I mean, I probably don't need it anymore, but it would be relatively trivial to add, I think. Let's just try. Right. So we have path append. Right. We have a destination and destination size. Yeah, you need to make sure that you Okay, this is source length. If it is 0, then we don't do anything. And if source length is bigger or equal to destination size, then we don't want to do anything either. So then we have combined length. So this would be the source length. Yeah, this is a bit awkward, right? So if I specify this with a pointer offset, then the returned length will always just be the same as this. So really, what I probably want is also destination length. So we have the pointer to the base, we have the length of the path, and the actual size of the buffer. Then we have the source strength and the source length. And if destination length is 0, then that is fine. It's way too awkward of an API. I don't know if I really want this, to be honest. Where have I been using this? Final references. In one spot. And only to append the output.csv to it. Yeah, I definitely don't need that anymore. The whole output thing is handled rather differently. So let's not put extra work into something that I don't need, right? Now, another thing I could add is a C-string version of it, so where first and second do not have a length. Because at the moment, if you just have a C string, you would have to call strlen to it and then pass the length separately in there. So I could potentially do something that like just deals with null terminated strings. But to be honest, I don't bother with that either. Hey yo. Hang on, I can change this one again, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's not bother with it. That's fine. So what did the C# stuff do as well? Well, we sort of did that, right? So the join internal. It does have a thing where it's checking if the path is rooted, meaning it makes a check of whether the path starts with a directory separator or with a drive. So, but honestly, that is kind of... Yeah, I don't see why I would want to do that as well. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that either. Specify a way to get maximum component length. So between paths, okay. Let's assume you have a path like this, C test foo bar filename.txt, right? So this is a drive component, a drive separator, and all of these are called component separators, or directory separators if you want to, but I call them component separators because all of these names like foo, bar, and test are components. And then we have filename.txt, which in itself is a component of a name with a file extension separator and the file extension component. And the whole string in itself can only be max path, which means 260 characters, unless you prefix it with this, which is like it's basically telling Windows, hey, do not validate whatever path I give you, just copy it as is and use it as is, right? And this is how you can extend the max path limit, and instead you can have a long path, which is this nifty number right here, which is basically just a signed 16-bit number. So whatever the maximum of a signed 16-bit number is, this is how long the overall long path can be. And that is for like, you know, Unicode paths and stuff like that. So what would that number be? Let's say 7FFF. What is this? 32,000 something characters, right? So that is the whole path. But then you also have a limit of how long these components can be. And you can figure that out by probbing your hard drive and basically be like, hey, okay, you are formatted in this specific format, right? How long is your maximum component name? How long can it be? And I thought that it would be quite interesting if you want to add like a new folder or something, if you can get that number somehow and then be like, hey, you know, this new folder can't be like longer than this, I'm sorry. But then I don't think why I would ever probe this before, because at the moment I'm just passing everything into the Windows APIs, and if they reject it, it might be because of that reason. So I don't know if I should even bother adding this. Like at the moment, I do not have a need for it, and if I do not have a need for it, I should not do the work, right? I don't want to write libraries, right? I want to write programs. I just thought it would be nice to things that I know I use quite often to just outsource in like header files and then use them in the program. Anyways. Okay, so this is more or less notes for like videos and stuff. So I'm just gonna actually put this in here because I will have a video coming up about paths. So just gonna add all of this here. This is the one combined with length and combined sized. Well, we have done that, so I don't need these. So there's a few possible APIs that I potentially want to add, so I'm just going to leave them in here. Combine and join I'm going to remove because we have done those. And then I have Windows 32 specific APIs, which I probably want to add my version to it and then just call those Windows APIs internally. Because if I ever write this header for like Linux or whatever, I need to call different APIs anyway, so it would be nice to have like, to not rely on these in applications, but rather have like a simple abstraction layer. But that is getting ahead of myself right now anyway, so I'm just gonna leave it. One thing though, it would be interesting if there was a way to calculate how big the buffer needs to be, right? Because at the moment, we kind of assume a fixed buffer, and if this ever is too small, then we just say, hey, your buffer is too small for these two things, so, you know, grow your buffer first. Which... Yeah, it would be cool if we have something like calculate combined size, right? Or just combined size. And then it returns the size of both of these paths combined and also takes into account whether it needs to add or remove separators, right? But for now, I think I'll just... If there's ever a need for that, I will add it. What? Wait, a path separator is allowed? Interesting. Oh well, who am I to question stuff? Okay, cool. So that is the header, and I could now potentially copy that header and use it in my GBHeaderExtractor, right? So maybe let's do that. Let's create a new folder. Call this DaniLib. Haha, so very creative. And just copy Dani path in here. Dani path.h. Did I add this to the wrong? Yeah, I did. Cool. Why did you save it there? You know what? Let's just copy it like this. GBHeaderExtractor, source, DaniLib. There we go. And now in common, I can include it. Define Dani path implementation, because I also want to include the implementation, not just the definitions. And then this will be in DaniLib, Dani path.h. As you can see, I really got inspired by the STB header library files. I just love the way things are done there. Okay, that is that. So, and I also have my string struct here, and I wanted to quickly change this to S8 because I do not like this whole conversion between signed and unsigned the whole time. Actually, no, you know what? I will do one better. Let's make a macro for this. And let's just say to C string, right? And then we have str right here. And that will be str.base, and it needs to be cast to a char pointer. There we go. So now in options, well, I can't get around this. Did I just do unnecessary work again? I think I might have. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes I get carried away. Oh well, I do have these things here, so I can replace that to, like, you know, whether that's useful or not. That's a different story. Anyways, so get current process directory, right? So I'm getting the directory. I'm then doing a heap allocation for the result length. And then I'm just copying whatever that is in there. Then verify input path, right? This was get the full path name of whatever the input is providing. And allocating space for that, doing it again, and then I'm getting file attributes right here. Right, because if it is a directory, I need to do something. So the only append I'm really doing is like right here, where I have the file name, and I need to copy it into the result base. I'm already reserving enough space for it, so what I can simply do is here call into Dani path combine, right? Our source will be the result base, which is the string base. Probably need to cast it to C string, and you know what? That is entirely stupid. I do not like this macro. I should have not added this macro, honestly. So we have the base. The max size of it is result length plus 11. And then I have the first thing, which is result. Ah, no, this will complain now. Oh no. Okay, never mind. I won't change it. I won't touch it. I'll leave it as is. I take my hands off of it. Fine. Okay. I do not like this whole allocation stuff in here, but whatever. I'll just leave it as is. I'm not gonna play around with it too much. Yeah, same down here. Okay. So these are all the flags. That stuff I already tested yesterday. So what I can focus on now is the read ROM headers function. Right, read ROM headers. There we go. And this one had the this one was calling the like iterating through directories and stuff. So let's do that. So bool read ROM headers. We do not have a wchar input. Actually, what we have is yeah, we can call it options. Why not? Options T. Let's just copy the whole options. Options, right? File output is actually just now a handle. Oh, I already had options here. So what was the input then? All right, because I'm calling this recursive, I had the... Right. That's what I did. Ah, damn. My hair is knotted. That's why I had the input. It's for the path, because as I go recursive through the folders, I call this function basically again, and then, yeah, right here. That's why I had the /r after, the _r after it. It's fascinating how much I vary between like writing function names like this or with underscores. I should finally settle on like one way to do it. I mean, here I have them with underscores. All right. You know what? Let's get current. All right. Let's quickly change that. Read from headers are. Okay, so I did have input, I suppose. Okay. So I had options input, but input is a string, right? My own string thingy. So I can probably do that as well, right? Like so. This is the path we're trying to search stuff in. Then we have a bunch of options, and we have an output handle for the file we want to write to. So options input, output file is indeed just the handle. Okay, so I don't need to change anything there. Except here I probably should do this. It's a pointer. And I just pass in the options as well. If that fails, I need to say exit process 1. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is say... wait, is that an int or what is that? I always forget. Exit process, it's a uint. Cool. So I can say uint results result equals 1. Result. And then we're just going to say close handle, because we want to close the output file, and then just exit process with whatever error code we're getting right here. Right. So on this one, I had a search path which I put on the stack, which probably is fine for an application like this, but if you have lots and lots and lots and lots of folders, you might create a lot of these, and then it just kind of bubbles up from there. It's probably still fine. But I also could just allocate it on the heap, to be honest. So all I'm doing here is appending like a asterisk, right, for a search path for this find first file function. The directory or path and the file name. The file name can include wildcard characters, for example, an asterisk, right, or a question mark. This parameter should not be null or end in a trailing backslash. If the string ends with a wildcard, period, or directory name, okay, sure. The name is limited to these paths. I really wish I had arena allocators already, but I guess I'm just going to create a copy, whatever. Actually, let's do this for now. And return just true for the moment. And before I do anything, I just want to check something real quick. So this is in GBHeaderExtractor, and we're going to build it. Ah. I knew this thing was going to bite me in the ass. Okay, let's take you away. I don't like you. Oh, of course. Is that it? Okay. Nope. 2.6. Right. And 3.7. Okay, unreferenced stuff. That is okay. I don't care. Okay. builds. Where is this? Let's close this one. Still attached. Why is still attached? Okay, debug. And we're gonna... Okay, I do not need to pass in arguments, so let's just step in. And right before I call this one, I just want to check the state of the world, so to speak. So options, input. This is gonna be... Oh, you can't do that. Too bad. Okay, I'm just gonna make it dirty and just allocate. Fuck it, whatever. Right. I can change that later with like arena allocator where I have like a buffer and allocate a bigger chunk before that and then just add stuff onto it. For now, I'm just gonna use Windows heap alloc and call it a day. So what do I need? Heap alloc, right? I want to allocate from the process heap. I do not have any specific flags I want to deal with, and the size is gonna be the input, the length, and it needs to account for the asterisk, the null termination character, and it needs to account for the separator. Right, so it's just gonna be that. So what we can have here is strt. Let's call that search path, and this is gonna be base in U8, and a length of input length plus 3. Right, yeah. I never know if I get the syntax right of struct initialization, but actually, how about this way? Like this. Okay. So that is essentially the combine, more or less. Well, except I need to actually call combine, right? So danilib combine, and what I want to combine into, I want to combine into the search path dot base, right? The size of it is gonna be, actually this is input length plus 2 because no, plus 3, but this is plus 2 because it never accounts for that one. But that is fine. Length plus 1, whatever. And then this is gonna be input base input length, and this is going to be an asterisk and 1. And if this fails, we are in trouble. Write error. I could actually have some nice output here with STB. So let's do that. I have an error buffer. I just allocate in the end. To be honest, I can just misuse this one. Nah, I can't really. I don't like these allocations. I really don't. Whatever. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter right now. Input path length is buffer length. Yeah, sure. Arrow buffer. Sure. Failed to build search path for input length, input base, and then just print it out. Fine. And then return false. That is this one. Then we're trying to find the first file, right? So right here. Okay. I really need to come up with something better here. I really need to. Okay. Print error bad version. Nah. Let's just call this temp. Whatever. No, but then I have to deal with varargs and stuff like that. I don't want to do that as well. Let's just get this. Okay, let's just get it done. Let's just move forward. I copy a bunch of these and then I come up with something else to replace that. I really don't want to deal with this right now. I could have a fixed. So actually, I could be cheeky and convert the path to like a DOS path and then just have a fixed size thing, but a fixed error buffer. What is STBSP actually doing? If the buffer is too small. Doesn't say, does it? let's find out. It doesn't say anywhere in like the descriptions, and it's not immediately visible like what it's actually supposed to be doing. So I'm just gonna try this out now. I'm just wondering what happens if the buffer is too small, but for the message, how it fails basically. Where's my main? Am I blind? Ah, it was right there. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's just copy this and do this at the very beginning. All right. So we have sn printf. We need a buffer. So let's say char buff. Yeah, let's just call it buff. Let's say 4 characters. Right. Buff. This is gonna be 4. And then what if I just have 5 characters? What are you gonna do? What warning? 156. Oh, right, yeah, I have not dealt with that yet, so shut up. It's Dani path combine. Right, and of course, char string, because I was dumb when I did the string thingy. You want the const, have a const. No. Fine. Oh, it's probably the other ones, right? So char, right? There we go. Okay, cool. Right, debug me. Okay, so we have buff right here, and we have len, which is 0. And now when I go over this, it just truncates. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Okay, cool. Then I don't need to worry. If it's just truncating, I don't care if in the error message the path is truncated. Who cares? So I don't need to do like this heap alloc nonsense here whatsoever. I can just be like, well, let me just have, let's just put this on the stack, whatever, and say, well, max path for now. Actually, what did I call this? There we go. Okay, cool. So search path would be search path dot base, and that will be 0 terminated for sure. So I don't need to worry about that. Find x info basic. What is that? And why do I call the extended version of find first file x? because I can specify a few more info levels. Okay, so what info level do I use? I use find x info basic. Function does not query the short file name. Yep, improving overall enumeration speed. Okay, the data is returned in a Win32 find data structure. Yeah, and the alternate file name member is always null. Perfect, because we don't need that. Okay, cool. That was cool. Okay, find data. Yeah, that is the struct. And then what's next? The search. Search operation. I'm using search name match. The search for a file that matches a specified file name, which in this instance is just wildcard, right? Search limit to directories. Nope. I want to enumerate all the files. Search limit to devices. Filtering type is not available. That is perfect. I'm glad it's here. And then, oh yeah, I remember the one without description. Yeah, fantastic. Cool documentation. Love it. Love it. It's absolutely fantastic. Additional flags. Searches are case sensitive. Nope, don't care about that. Use a larger buffer for directory queries. Do I care about that? Sure. Let's try. Why not? And instead of handle, I call this the search handle because this up here is the output handle. Let's call it output handle. Be a bit more descriptive. This will be input path instead. So and well, options is options, whatever. Okay, fail to build search path for this, and then fail to find first file in. Okay. So bool results equals false, result. Then we have cleanup, which will close the handle and it will close the search handle. Right, that's what I did right here. And this will be result equals true. And then I have my do while here. And this will call find next handle on the search handle. Populate file data. And then right, I actually do check for the last error. Right here. So we're getting last error if is not equal to normal files and not equal to error success. And we're printing an error. Okay, print Windows error. What did I call this? Oh, just print Windows error. Okay, cool. Boop, 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 boop. And then we go to clean up. Okay, so in here, I'm just gonna print out for now because I'm just curious. Let's just have a char buff for now with max path, whatever. This is just for a test anyways. Let's say boof boof. Right? Sure, let's use this one, whatever. And then what I want to print out is basically just the file name that I've gotten from the search. So within find data, there should be a C file name, I believe. Yeah, C file name. I just want to, you know, refresh my memory on what it looks like because I haven't done this in ages. I haven't touched this program in a while. Where's my console? There we are. Build. What? 156. Oh, right. It's search handle, of course. What else is wrong? Okay. 155. It's wrong in 155. Ah, yeah. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. How long does it take me to type build? Cannot open file. Oh, right. Because it's probably still running. There we go. Build, run. Okay. Cool. So this now is the output of that thing. So because we're in the same folder as we run in, it basically iterates through all the files and folders, and it just prints out whatever it finds there. Okay, so but it is just the file name. So essentially without the path. So I need to combine this with the output. Now I'm wondering, what if I what if I call get current directory on it? Or better, full path name. I forgot the signature again. File name and then the buffer. All right. Okay. So file name is this, and then the buffer length and whatever. Yeah, let's just use buff again. It's just a test anyways. and then spit it out again. Actually, let's not spit it out at all. Let's just do it down here and then just print fine. Just add a second buffer, whatever. Okay. So I'm putting this into buff. Buff will be the file name right now, right? So let's say buff. And this will be buff2. So print buff2. Okay. Build, run. Okay. But as soon as I go into the build folder, for example, I doubt it would work anymore. Because the current folder is always this one, and this always is based on the current directory we're in. So I could probably do something like set current directory, right? But it changes it for the entire process. Love this note. What a beautiful note, Microsoft. That is so rich of information. Okay, yeah, no, I don't like this. So okay, I was just in the old code. Basically, what I did with the combined path up here and here. So every time I had a file name, I added it to the current input path, right, and built up a new whole absolute path that I then passed into the next call of read ROM headers. I mean, technically nothing wrong with that. Yeah, okay. It's better than trying to set the the current path for like the whole process and whatnot, and then that just screams like an error waiting to happen. I just stick as close as possible to what I did before. Okay, get rid of the buff, and let's just be nasty and allocate strt file name equals right, we have a base which is a U8 pointer. We're calling heap alloc, we're calling get process heap with 0, and what we're saying is we want the current input path length, and what we're going to add is, well, however long the current file name is. That is 0 terminated, so I need to find that first. So let's say U64. Let's just call it len, strlen, right? Plus len plus 1 plus 2. So the length, but then the 0 termination character and a possible, you know, brain, a component separator or path separator, if you want to call it that way. If it's not needed, it might be. I think it's always needed at the moment, but if not, then we just allocate 1 byte too much. Whatever, doesn't matter, right? We have the length, setting it to input path length plus len plus 1. You know what I was just realized? This call, actually what it's doing is returning the length, right? If len is 0, then we have a problem. If it is not 0, search path plus length equals len. Actually, no, let's just assign it immediately. That is a bit hacky, but whatever. Okay, so we have the file name length. File name length, let's be a bit more descriptive here, right? We have that file name length plus the extra 2 characters. Should also add that here. File name length. Given that the compiler sees there's like 2 of the same, you know, things right here, it probably just keeps the result in register anyways and just adds it for this one. So I'm not too worried about these things. Okay, and then I need to call this one. So file name length is this, and we have file name base, file name length, input path base, input path length, and what we're trying to add is the find data file name of file name length. Okay, can probably format this a bit better. So this is the destination, this is the first path segment, and that is the second one. And if file name length is 0, something went wrong. What do we do when something went wrong? What did I do before? Okay, just go to cleanup. Sure. Go to cleanup. To do print error, right? We're going to deal with error stuff later on. Okay, then I was looking at the file attributes to figure out whether something is a directory or not. And if it is a directory, I'm basically calling myself again, right? That makes sense. So let's add that in. So if we are in a directory and the options flag recursive is set, I see. I did some checks because this search thing also adds the relative, like as you saw on the output, it adds, where was it? Further up, right? Not that far up, I think. Nope. Where was it? Here, it adds the dot and dot dot characters, which essentially resolve to like the current directory or the parent directory, which I obviously want to ignore. This is why I had these checks here. But then I probably also want to just ignore dot files in general, so I can simplify this a little bit by saying and 0 is dot, right? Actually, and is not a dot. Then I want to call myself again. What I'm calling myself with is the file name and the output handle, and then options. And if that fails, go to cleanup. Whoop. Okay. I had smart braces enabled, I guess. So, and if it is not a directory, I actually maybe want to print it out, right? Just for now. So let's just do this again. Right. It's fine to call it error buffer, whatever. And what we want to have is file name length, file name base. Okay. (183). Options flag is set. Just for good measure. Oh my god. Okay, so this wants a dereferenced thing. Okay. Oh, that works already. Okay. It was just had missing braces. Okay, fine. So 192. Well, not in options, in main, right? 192. What are you complaining with? Ah, right. It's a local. len variable is ref. What? Where? 238. Oh, right. Right. Okay, so it now lists the file in the parent folder, but for some reason not in the other one. What did I do wrong there? So file name. I'm allocating some space for file name. I'm doing the combine to put all of this into file name, right? So I have the input path, base and length. I have file name length, right? And then I try to figure out whether we are in a directory, and if we are... Oh, right, I have not recursive enabled. Indeed. Okay, so if builds debug GBHeaderExtractor cursive. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so listing all the recursive files work as well now. That is fantastic. So then I had an else if to check the file name for like a few things. One of them was the output.csv. Obviously, I do not want to open that one to read and include into the header output, right? And I also excluded the executable file name. I'm just not going to do that for now. I'm going to add a few, actually, yes, make a to-do here. I'm going to add a few methods to get file extensions. To do retrieve current file extension of the file name. To do check if extension is .exe or .csv and ignore them, right? Anything else I do not care about because I do not know what the user is actually naming their ROM files at. It could be just .bin or it could be .gb, right, for Game Boy ROM, or then you have Game Boy Color ROMs, right? And then, I don't know, could be anything, right? XYZ, I don't know. Could be anything, basically. Anything could be a Game Boy ROM. The extension doesn't really matter, right? It's just a binary file. And instead of like having the user to then like tell them which, like, you know, to just look for bins or GB or color Game Boy ROMs or whatever, I just want to read every single file. Done. The only thing that I might want to do is Game Boy ROMs have very specific sizes, and if they do not have that size, then I mean, well, I can't even do that, to be honest. There might be some unusual ROMs out there with some different sizes that are not specified in the spec, so to speak. Well, I'm thinking a bit too much about this, to be honest. Let's just like sort of mimic the same thing I did here, right? I just ban executables because, although, do I need to? No. I'll just include it, whatever. But I definitely want to ignore the output file. And that is actually easy to do, right? Let's just go to common. And I do not really need to compare as such. I just want to figure out if it is the same. So what I could do is... oh, never mind. I already have a string equals. Well, that is nice. Okay, cool. So... So if is string equal, and what do we have? We have file name. Nope, not dereferencing. What am I doing? It is actually a reference, right? I need to. So I want to say if file name is not equal to the options output, right? So let's see. So at the moment, it lists the output.csv file right here. Now with this, oh, recursive, it no longer lists it. Output.csv. Wait, it does. What am I missing? Let's print the output. Output null? What? Right. That makes sense because I'm setting it down here. Whoops. Fine. Let's print it out here. Okay. But okay, now I'm really confused. So this was the first iteration, right? Oh, it's here, right? Okay, I just have another output CSV up there for some reason, probably because I ran it in debug mode and created it in this folder. Right. Okay, so that works. Fine, fine. Panic over, everyone. We can stop panicking. Okay, my brain is getting mush. Almost 3 hours. Okay, but I really want to finish this, so. Right, we at least ignore the current CSV. Now, the executable name, that's another thing, right? Am I able to get the current executable name? That is the question. Is there something to receive? So there's get working directory, right? So the current directory the process is in. Win32 get exe name. Get module file name. No, that is if I have a module. I mean, that could be it, and it gets the module file name based on a handle. So I could say get module handle. No. Ah. Okay. I think we have something. Let's go to options. Right. It's a bit of a misleading name at the moment because I'm adding a whole bunch of other things, but let's just do let's just add the executable, right? And then here in main, get executable name. Right, and maybe we want to store this in options options. So we have a get module handle, and if we call null, we get the handle of the current module that was used to create the calling process, so the exe file. And then I could say get module file name of the module. And I need to pass in a file name buffer, right? So for that, let's be dirty again. And actually, maybe what we can do is say strt name, right? And then we can say name base, and what we want is let's just use this one, why not? Right, and then we point to name base. And then it returns the length, so that would be name length. And if name length is okay, let's just, I do not want to report truncations because of insufficient buffer or whatever. For now, anyways, would probably the right thing to do, but for now, let's just print Windows error, and then here return true. So this should give me the name of the executable. So in main 2222, where's my main? There, program start. Right here, I can say and options dot executable, and if not, then exit process 1 return. And otherwise, let's just print it out for now because I'm curious what it looks like. Right, sure, exe, and we have options executable length and base. Come on. Build. 127. Right, result is indeed wrong. Doesn't exist. Cool. Run. Yay! That is the executable. Okay, cool. And indeed it gets included, but now that I have the executable path, the simple thing that I can do here, if not this, and if not string equal file name options executable. Yeah, build. And now it doesn't spit out that executable name. Of course, in release it still is in there, but yeah. I have at least mimicked the old behavior without the C runtime now, because I do not have this WC string compare, right? So I'm happy about this. And I can probably just call exactly the same thing right here. Have the GB header, extract header from file with the file name and the header. If the output handle is not null and not write header to file with output handle, the header that I've just read, and the file name. And go to cleanup. If options for std out is set, I want to write the header to file, but this time, yeah. I see what I did there. I mean, that's okay, I think. I think I can still use write file for the console handle, right? I think that works. Where's my write file? Write to file. I think it works. How can I find out? Well, when I print the executable name, instead of write error len, let's just say write. What did I call this? Damn. Write to file. Come on. Am I blind? I'm getting blind, I swear. There we go. Write to file. And what we want to write to the file is the we want the standard handle. I'm just ignoring the length here. Of course, yeah. So this will fail because I have not included the Game Boy header yet. So I need to comment this one out. And then run. I don't know why I expected more output, even though I just deleted the lines. So my brain just like froze. Oh dear. Okay, so write file works even with the console handle, so that is cool. So I can just remove this kind of code right here, right? And let's uncomment this again. And then let's figure out what kind of header files I have actually needed. So I had like a GB header. Okay, cool. Thank you for reporting that to me. I just called it GBHeader.h. It still uses some CRT stuff, which is not great. So I need to modify this a little bit as well. But essentially, like, it's very simple. Wait, but I'm missing extract header from file, right, as well. But I definitely need this header file, so let's copy this code. Wait, it was complaining about Unicode substitutions, right? Don't save. Where am I? There it is. No, I don't want to. Stop trying to. Just go to the folder. What? Okay, excluded from the project and then go to the folder, please. Can you do that? Fantastic. gbheader.h. There we are. And let's copy this into my GBHeaderExtractor source. Sure. gbheader.h. And then we can deal with stuff here. So we do not have the C runtime, so let's remove the C includes. First step we should be doing. This is absolutely nonsense. Do not need that. Yep. This is all fine. The naming might be a bit iffy these days, but whatever. We have a chart title code here. Cool. I'm not going to play around with this too much, although there's a better way of like reading the files and things like that, but I just want to get it to work now. So what is this end if for? Really? Interesting. What do I need to replace? So this is all okay. Chart title, yep. uint 8. Right, okay, so let's include common. Yeah, common.h. And then what I want here is just u8. Actually, all of these u8. Size t. Oh God, Size T is U64. Asserts, I do not give it a hoot. strn copy. Well. So what does that have? It has a destination size, it has a source, and a source size. Okay. So what I want is memcopy header title. Again, I can use memcopy because it is an actual intrinsic. It is not actually pulled from the C runtime, rather supplied by the compiler. There might actually be an strn copy as an intrinsic. No, what did I want to do? MSVC intrinsic. There's not an strn copy, but an str copy. Well, that is useless. I'd rather use memcopy, honestly. GB header title size is 17. And I think that includes the null character. That's why I did this. So title size is only this minus the zero termination character, unless it's like it has Game Boy Color support or whatever, then it's -2. So in which case, all I have to do in the end then is header title size equals /0. Right, and then game code. Yeah, I just use that -1 and then memcopy header code from this one, and this is this size right here, and then header code. Oops. Okay. Here I'm just casting the types, which is fine. It's just a single byte anyways. There's some resolution going on here, so this would be EU16, right? Setting all the makers. And there's another string copy down here. So mem copy to header maker. That's fine. U64 maker len equals strlen. Again, it's an intrinsic. And what we want is the length of the maker. And then we copy maker to maker len. Right, and then header maker len is /0. I think that was all of it. So let's include it. Include GBHeader.h. And we're using it already here. We do not have an extract header from file thing. So let me copy that. Okay. So this instead is an strt. And then we actually do the file reading and all this kind of stuff, but I'm just going to comment it out for now because I want to just see if the header is actually fine at the moment. So return false, whatever, doesn't matter. I just wanted to compile. Cool. The file contains a character starting at offset that is illegal in the current source character set, code page, yada yada. Reopen with encoding UTF-8. Okay. How about now? Fantastic. Write header to file is missing. Right. Okay. And just comment this out for now. Handle header and file name. Right. Okay. So this will be the handle. Output handle. And then we have the header and the file name, which is now a string. Okay. must return a value. That is absolutely correct. Let's return false. Cool, run. Yeah, okay. I'm not printing anything, obviously, so I don't know what I was waiting for, but every time. But no, cool. So the header seems to be fine now, so now I can focus on reading the files right here, right? So this will open the file, and essentially what I need to replace this with is create file A, right? And again, I do not know this by heart, so okay, first the file name, which is gonna be file name base as a char pointer. Then desired access is gonna be generic read because we're trying to read from the file. The share mode, well, we're allowing file share read. That is absolutely fine. Security attributes, who cares? Open a file always. If the specified file exists, the function succeeds. If it does not exist, the function creates a file. No. Open existing. That's what I want. Open existing. Flag attributes. I don't think I need to specify any. And this can be null. I think that's it, right? Okay, so this will receive a handle. Input handle, right? If input handle is invalid handle value, print a Windows error and return false. Okay. Then I was trying to read from it. Read ROM buffer size is 4 kilobytes. So I was reading 4 kilobytes at once. Because the header is technically in the first, segment. I was reading 4 kilobytes at once because I know this is the sector size of my hard drive, so it reads 4 kilobytes anyways. Should I just do the same? Yeah, why not? Okay, bool result. I'm not gonna change too much. Right, I'm just trying to make it work without the C runtime, that's it. So fread, I think read file A or something. No, just, yeah. No, just read file, okay. Wait, is it just read file or is this just another thing where it like changes depending on... No, it's just read file, it seems. Okay, fine. Okay, that will be the input handle. The buffer I want to read into, so in this instance it's just going to be buffer. The number of bytes to read, that will be read ROM buffer size. We want to read 4 kilobytes at once. And then the actual output size that we've read, in this case, a dword amount red, right? Sure, can set it to null, whatever. Amount red. And overlap is null. So if this is wrong, then print Windows error, return false. And now I could also check the amount red. So if amount red is not equal to read-ROM buffer size, which is what I'm expecting because the file is too small or whatever. Actually, I want to have a check for this, to be honest. There's like get file size or something. There we go, get file size. Right. Yeah, let's use get file size X. Before I actually read for the file, I want to make sure that the file has at least 4 kilobytes, right? So input handle. This is p large integer, so large integer file size. And if this failed, I can get errors by calling get last errors. So I just need to print a Windows error and return false. And if file size, I forgot, quad part is smaller than this, return false. Do I really need to do this check then? I think I'm just going to do that, whatever. To do. Actually, let's just display a warning right now. Write error, right? No, I kind of want this. Fail to read 4 kilobytes from file name length, file name base. This is going to be a pointer though. I had like a very extensive error message right here. I mean, maybe I should just keep it, right? Let's just say okay, then I'm reading the header, right? Go from buffer to the header start. Yep. Cool. And then pass in the header. Wait, isn't the header... Ah, it is a pointer. All right, okay, fine. And then... I don't know why I have this CRT error here, GB read header. Wait, that is the file in the GB header, right? That doesn't really... Oh, because I was using... Yeah, okay. I was using library functions in there, that's why I had that, but there should be no reason why this fails. It's just a bunch of bytes of memory that I'm interpreting in a certain way, so I don't think I need that error message anymore. Shoot, I'm lost. Here. Actually, does it even need to return anything? Like, GB header result. I don't think I return out of this ever. Except like all the way at the end, so it will always be a success anyway, so might as well just make it a void now. And then I do not need all of these. Oh, hang on. I don't need this, and this is a void. Right. So I'm opening the input handle. I see, yeah. So go to cleanup, actually. That's what I want to do right here. Same down here, and here, and here. Right, and then result. Result is false. Unless we reach this point, then it is true, and then this will be close handle. And that will be the input handle. And then return result. Okay, cool. Build. Huh? Unresolved external symbol. Oh, because that was like my very first attempt to do these kind of single header libraries, so I need to specify the implementation as well. I forgot that. Right. There we go. Buffer size, unreferenced formal parameter in 134. Buffer size. Right, so we do not need that anymore. Cool. Right, so in main, probably need to change that as well. Cool. File is smaller than 4 kilobytes. Build.bat. This file is probably not a Game Boy ROM. So the reason why the smallest Game Boy ROM, I think, is 32 kilobytes. And like, if it is anything smaller than 4 kilobytes, it definitely can't be a Game Boy ROM. That's impossible. The smallest size is 32 kilobytes, no matter what. But I do not need to read the whole 32 kilobytes, right? So because the header is like in the upper section, so I really just want to read these 4 kilobytes. Ideally, I would like to read as much as the sector size on my hard drive allows, or the SSD or whatever. But I need to probe for the sector size and things like that. I might extend that and do that at some point, but not right now. Like I said, I'm just going to try to get this program done from using the C Runtime with something that doesn't use the C Runtime. And we're getting fairly close. So we now have the right header to file, right? So let's have a look at this one. Well, yeah, that was the wrong button. Just ignore that. So file name bytes, max path time 2, right? Okay, very optimistic right there. Don't know what I was trying to do there. U64 file name size. WCS2 MBS. What on earth was that again? Ah, right. I had a white string character file name and was converting it to a multi-byte file string. So essentially UTF-16 to UTF-8. Now the whole process code page is automatically set to UTF-8 for this program. And I can use all the ANSI, so the A functions of the Windows API because of that, because Microsoft finally implemented UTF-8 support. So I do not need to do that. That is fantastic. But hang on. So I had file name and then... Okay, further down I was using file name bytes. Why did I... Ah, right, comma separated values, of course. Okay, cool. So the whole thing, not needed. But there is a write value function. So let's see what this is about. Write value, we have a character value, and I just want to write it into the output handle. I love how I suddenly changed the order, like put the handle always first, and then I have a function where I put it at the end. Consistency, man. Output handle. But it is what it is right now. So, right, and then we're writing single character. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, okay. Write to file. output handle. You know what? Let's change this as well. I don't like these inconsistencies. Okay. So write to file. I have a character. I iterate through this. If I see, why on earth did I put like hex numbers for the ASCII? Why not just have the ASCII character in there? Like, I'm pretty sure this is just a quotation mark, right, that I'm looking for here. Like, I guess I thought hex numbers were cool. I don't know. Anyways, write to file. Yeah, okay, so if we have a quotation mark, we actually want to have 2 quotation marks because that is how CSV works. And then otherwise, really, I'm going to write character by character and doing a call to write file all the time. Oh, I do not like that. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh. Okay, whatever. Let's just make this work for now, right? Well, it doesn't even work that way. um... Let's just make this a fixed buffer for now. It's 8 kilobytes of RAM that I'm just wasting on the stack, but whatever. Let's do that. And then this, I really need to think about like memory allocation a bit more later on. I just want this to work right now though. I really love to have arena allocators and things like that, so I will try and get something working in that sense, but for now I'm just gonna do this. And then I'm gonna just utilize STB, to be honest. So hang on, file names. File names are not allowed to have quotation marks anyways. So there's nothing I ever need to escape on a file name. The only thing I need to escape, I don't think code I need to escape, but I need to escape maker. No, maker I also do not need to escape because I control the strings and there is nothing that like needs escaping, right? Like there is no there is no escape quotation mark anywhere in those strings, so do not need to escape that. So the only thing that could have quotation marks is the title. So that is something I need to escape. So okay, let's take this one. Let's have the output buffer, and we're gonna have it this size, and we're starting out with the %.s file name. And I can make this easy by putting them in quotation marks immediately. After the file name, I immediately have the header title, which definitely needs some adjustment. So let's do it like that, right? And then we have file name length, file name base. And we can write that into the output file. Output handle. Output buffer. Don't I have a version which is sized? Let's make one. Sized. U64 size, or length rather. Okay, cool. And then here I can say write to file sized with length. No, I don't want /n. No. Right. So I'm going to write that. Okay, then I have the title, which has some special things going on for itself, right? And then I basically have the other values. So the title is followed by another quotation mark and a comma. Then I have the header code. So quotation mark, %s quotation mark, and that will be header code. Then we have the maker. Right. Header maker. Then color support. Okay. Code maker. Oops. Color support. Super Game Boy mode. Pack type. 1, 2, 3. Good God. Okay. Beautiful string. Right. Header code. Okay. Then make a code. Then color support. Right. And color support is this one, so I'm going to move that up. Okay, then Super Game Boy mode. That is this one. Right? Could make a color Super Game Boy. Okay. And we have pack type. That will be this string. Then ROM size and RAM size. ROM size and RAM size, right? ROM size, RAM size. Destination. Is that the last one? Oh, and then, yeah, the version number. Okay, so I'm building this massive buffer basically, and then calling this one. And I should probably say if this fails, then return false, right? That seems like a nice thing to do. Same here. Okay, so now I only have the title left, and the title has like a bunch of things going on there. Where if there's a quotation mark, I need to double quote it, otherwise in the CSV it will kind of not show up correctly, right? It will think the actual value is at an end, which it is not. So so what do we do for that? Well, we have an output buffer, right? And we have header title Do we need to know the size of the title? No, we do not. So while okay, let's make it source destination, right? And then the destination equals source. There you go. Well, I can't do that obviously because I also need to. Yeah, I'm a genius. So let's just say C. Okay, and then we have C equals this. And then switch C, case this, and if that is the case, then what I'm going to do is write into the destination one quotation mark and another one. And if it is anything else, you know what, might as well fall through, why not? Right, right, C. Otherwise, okay. Because this will fall through into this, it will actually effectively write it twice, which is what I want, and then for every other character, it will just write it once. Okay. Do I need to do anything else? No, that was it. I really just needed to extend double quotation marks, so I can get rid of this. So I'm putting all of this in the output buffer. Right, until I reach the end, at which point I'm doing this and 0 terminated. Now, what I then can do is say write to file sized. The output buffer, and the length is gonna be destination minus output buffer. And that should take care of that. Okay, 174. What do we have? You don't know what this is. That is true because I defined it all the way down there. Okay. Well, that fixed a lot of errors. Assignment within conditional expression. Yes, thank you very much. That is very much intended. Like, what you want. Do you want me to be specific? Is that it? Sure, okay. Now, in order to figure out whether this worked or not, I need to find my ROMs. And I have no clue where I put them. I remember I had some test ROMs. But I don't know where I put them. Well, there's one. I don't know what's in it though. Nope, that was the wrong program. On this one. Who are you? Tetris. Okay. This is Tetris. Fantastic. Let's put Tetris into here. Why not? Build, run. Okay. Actually, let's remove the output CSV and run. Okay. There we go. The file name, title is Tetris, code doesn't have one because it's a very old ROM. Maker is Nintendo, Game Boy Color support, none. Super Game Boy support, nope. Meaning there's nothing special going on. The pack type, which is ROM only, it's a 32 kilobyte ROM, and it has no RAM, so 0. Destination, Japan, version 0. Fantastic. Cool. That's it. I finally got a version of this tool that does not rely on the C Runtime, and this took way longer than I thought it would. And it's anything but perfect. So many things I need to fix. So many dangerous things going on there, especially with like allocation and stuff like that. Well, I say dangerous. I mean, I don't like these static buffers that I have that could easily blow up because I don't really control like or verify the path sizes and all this kind of stuff. So if there's an ultra long path due to recursion and I'm trying to write this into the file output buffer, it will just easily blow up because the buffer is too small, right? So I really want an arena allocator there or something where I can just grow the buffer as I need it and just keep it for the entire lifetime of the application. And then, of course, all these buffers I have here for the error message is also not nice. I should probably make something there. Probably a separate function, to be honest, to write like proper error messages, something where I can pass in format string and stuff like that without needing these two separate calls. But I've been streaming for 4 hours and I'm kind of getting hungry, so probably gonna leave it here. And this is just bananas, right? Like this is yeah. I mean, it works, but I don't know. Maybe I can do something simpler by just doing all of this in the same loop, you know, and just building the output buffer that way instead of going through all this stb, sp, smprintf function, because it's doing a lot more stuff, right? A lot of features that I probably don't need. So we'll see. Anyways, give this streamer some food. Hell yeah. I need food. I also need water. My water bottle's empty. No, there's nothing in my glass. I should maybe do like a little to-do for this. Let's do that. No, not in video scripts. No, it's gonna be GBHeaderExtractor. Thank you very much. To do MD, fine. Although don't know why I'm using Markdown. It doesn't really give me anything. Whatever. To do, right? So what do I need? Rework memory allocation. At the moment, a lot of Alex, or a lot of static buffers on the stack. Not great, right? Possible solution, arena allocators. Would be good to have in a separate lib header. Fine, error messages. I do not like most of them. Rework writing to the output file. Rework GBHeader.h. It is a bit odd. Oh, one thing I haven't tested. I have this run, but what if I do builds debug GB? So for one, recursive, right? Okay, so this still works, still doing recursive stuff. But what if I do std out? Ah. Well, that is thoroughly broken. Nice. What? Well, okay, this is correct. But whenever I had recursive, okay, cool. Does that also impact this CSV? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see. Right, okay. It's actually not that bad. I thought like, holy shit, what's going on, right? But because I'm not like just looking for binary files or anything like that, it also found the header files and like gets the output of all of those, which makes sense. I'm not really blocking any other files, right? I'm just reading out everything, pretending like, hey, this could be a Game Boy ROM, and just writing it out, right? So, of course, there will be some garbage in there when I do it recursively with lots of files that are not Game Boy ROMs. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's not too bad then. Then there was append, right? So if I append a few times and then open this, that still seems to work. It appends, but it appends with the header, so I can do headless a few times, right? And then it appends it without the header. What other things did I have? I mean, GUI currently does not work. Okay, I guess that is a to-do, right? Even though a bit of a bigger one. Add GUI, lol. What other things did I have? Let's just look at the README. No file, right? Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's mostly the important part. I really don't like this macro. Good. Yeah, I think this is it to do, guys. There's nothing like... is there something that would be nice to have in a header file for other programs to use? That is the question, right? I guess one of the things that will be useful is like this command line parsing. So better, that's what I called it, right? Do I need output stuff? I don't know. Like this right arrow stuff and things like that. Essentially printf. I kind of could provide my own printf implementations that's just using stb header, right? But if that feels like a project to project thing, I don't think I need to have a header for that. I mean, this is nonsense, but I think I already wrote, whoops. File writing. That also seems like something a project would handle depending on, you know, the needs. That is maybe something. Okay. I mean, that sort of falls into refine error messages and error handling, so I'm gonna specifically point this one out. Do I want to do anything here? No, I think that is fine. Yeah, I think that is it. Still a little bit to do, especially the UI stuff, because I've never done Windows UI, so that will be quite interesting at some point. But yeah, definitely out of scope for right now. Anyways, I'll be uploading this VOD for today onto the YouTube channel, and that's it. Have a good night. Bye.